Hello. Hello and welcome. Welcome, 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 welcome. I'm very excited. Well. Thank you, thank you. This is the first new outfit of 2024. Woo! Very exciting. Okay. Good. Hello and welcome. Yes, we have our new outfit. It has been added to the attribution website, APallas' Closet. And, very exciting, ta-da! We have some new follower emotes specifically for this occasion. We have Objection and Oopsie with matching animated versions for subscribers, pending currently because I didn't think to do it until last night. And I don't have instant upload permissions from Twitch. I'm not cool enough. But yeah. I made him follower emote so everybody can use them. Very exciting. But yes, APallas was my first Ace Attorney back in the day. And I really liked it. I remember liking it a whole lot. I don't remember a whole lot about it. I remember the main characters. I remember the bracelet mechanic. And I remember one very specific instance of using the bracelet mechanic that I will tell you. I'll tell you when we get there. We're not going to get there today, I guarantee. I think it's in like the last case. But I remember it very clearly because it's stupid. It's stupid and I love it. It's the best kind of stupid. And yeah. This is great. This is so great. I'm very excited. Can you pick it up? Can you tell? Have I said it already? How excited I am? I'm very excited. And yeah. Here, let me. Ta-da! I have a little thing for myself, and look at here in the video game. And look, they dance! They dance! And sometimes some other little chibi people come in from the wings. Like when Turnabout Sisters was playing, a little clavier came in from the side. He was playing a guitar. It was very good. It was very good. But yeah, they have orchestral arrangements. Have Apollo Justice, Dual Destiny, Spirit of Justice, Trilogy exclusive, which... Oh. Oh, wait, hang on. This is important. This one's important. That's the stuff right there. Ooh, yeah. Let's see if somebody else comes in from the wings real quick. Oh! A person I don't know! Look at them! Worth noting is that I only played Apollo Justice. I haven't played Dual Destinies or the other one that I already forgot the name. Spirit of Justice, that's it. I haven't played the others, and I know basically nothing about them. So I think this is the prosecutor from Dual Destinies? Question mark? But there they are. There they go. Just tweet, tootling away on that little piccolo. Dual Destinies, yeah. Delicious. Ooh. Okay. Anywho. Oh. Okay, well. Oh. Yeah. Oh, and this was a thing. This was like a thing. Yeah, no. I get it. I understand. This is a thing that they have here. Where you can like... You can do like a... Boom. Objection! Yeah. And then you can do like this. Ouch, my eyes. And then wait, hang on. Did I grab... No, this is the... Right, because this is the... Okay. I was worried that I grabbed the wrong witness stand. But we got the right one. Yeah, this is how I grabbed my little witness stand here. Oh, intrusive. Okay. Yeah, it's part of the game. It's not even a scene viewer. You can just kind of do whatever. Well, it's like... It's kind of a... It's... They call it the... Animation something? I don't remember. But we can go here and do like so. And we object to that happiness. All right, animation studio. Yeah. It's not quite as in depth as objection.lol, which is a very good website. But, yeah. Yeah. Ooh, baby. No, I did. Oh, I see. There he is. Okay, let's just go. Oh, shit. Oh, God, turnabout. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hi, Viz. That's it, showdown time. You lose. Ah! Eek! I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Pa-pa-pa. April 20th, 4:20, incredible. 9:37 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, number 3. Let's see here. Let's do this for now. Sure, here-ish. Here-ish? Sure, we'll see. And look, there's let's see. History. We can look at that. Court record. Oh. Options. Always good. Oh. You can turn off screen flashes. Should I do that? I feel like I should probably do that. Maybe. I didn't look at any of this. Oh yeah, story mode. The answers to your questions. Oh! Well, shit. This is so you can just watch it and not have to do anything. Huh. Consultation. Have the option to consult. Oh, not available in this one. Neat. And we have autoplay. Panicked. Palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Knees weak, etc. Ah, good morning. Hello. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Cords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your speech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. What do you mean? I think it's a perfectly fine thing to do. I think people might take you the wrong way. You don't know me. Well, I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Yeah, that might help. My name is APallas, Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Whoa. Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. His name is Ba. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So, you're fine. I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why? You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, I mean, It's time, shall we? Yes, sir. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice! Yeah. April 20th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2. The court is now in session. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is fine. I mean ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice. And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strange. Ahem, Mr. Gavin. Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. We're off to a great start. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Hello, Pa. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. I know him! Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. 1 second here. Let me just... It's so hard to see. Wait, no. Shit, I grabbed the wrong thing. Hang on. It doesn't. Sorry, 1 second. I'm adjusting things here. Sure. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack, killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was? The pianist for the club, it seems. Sorry, the what? The pianist. You can't say that in court, sir. No, the piano player, sir. Oh. Phoenix Wright. A pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Deadly bottle added to court record. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. Okay. Attorney's badge. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. Enhance. Whoa! Oh! There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. Many numbers like there are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Oh. How cute. Oh. Smith's autopsy report. Time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. Death caused by a single blow to forehead. Victim's name, Shady Smith. Age, male. Estimated time of death, April 17th, between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. Is anyone else having audio issues? Just not. Okay. Sorry about that, Mittens. Crime photo 1. Sub-basement at the Borscht Bowl Club. Oh, there he is. There's the real Slim Shady. Deadly bottle. Grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Enhance? What? Oh, The bottle is completely empty. No thanks. Oh. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. Borscht. Can I... Oh! Woo! Okay. Christoph Gavin, 32, boss at Gavin Law Offices, first-rate defense attorney and my trusted mentor. Phoenix Wright, pianist at the Borscht Bowl Club, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown, age 33. Shady Smith, the victim in this case, a traveler only recently back in country, age, Winston Payne, age 61. The prosecuting attorney, for all his experience, he lacks a certain presence. Court record. Right! I've heard of that. Use to look at the evidence so far. E for evidence. It is in fact the Phoenix Wright. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, just use Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. I already did all that. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Slim Shady fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant. That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. Wow. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself! Indeed. It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Objection!
It is true that oh boy. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. Competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Oh great, awesome, our boss is one of those. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. Well, I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. How heteronormative of you. That will be our first order of business here, then. to find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Witness testimony. The competition. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play, and the competition in there, are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano. Better the defense attorney who can't defend. Alright. Same. Very well. Hi, Matthew. How are you? And yes, hello. I am no longer digital. APallas, all caps, acronym, has been put into sleep mode. We are safe. For now. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you all right? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. I just started. Wait, can I? I cannot. What? My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. I did the mouse wheel. Thank you, thank you. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? Yeah, sure, may as well. I mean, I know what I'm doing, but... Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. He knows. Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency... Oh, God! We all just lost the game, Viz. I hope you're happy. That's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now. A good sign, you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Q for question. Press him? Don't let the fact that he is a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. He's just stunning, isn't he? God. Mr. Gavin? Yes? Is Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes, thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Do it. Inconsistencies, lies, Phoenix Wright. Hi, Jen. How are you? As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Oh. The competition. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. Hold it! Hold it! You can hardly play. Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Oof. 8 hours. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. Hold it! They pay you just to play poker. That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all. Blah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. Oof! Hi, Deb. How are you? What? I've played poker for 7 years in that little room, and I've never lost once. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Jen. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. Hold it! Hold it! The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bull Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. Oh boy. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. Oh yeah, there is a window there, huh? I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. Mr. Gavin, why are you like this? It's poetic, really. Is it? Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. About to catch these hands! This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred, yet you claim no connection to the crime? Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ah! I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. We'll press to see what happens, and then... Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great. Like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now what was it? When you figure it out, I'd suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony. Contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? But why? I'd better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. Now can I? I cannot. And present. Objection. Shit. No. No. Objection!
Objection!
Yay! Perhaps, Matthew. Only one way to find out. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle. Right. So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my quarts of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove it. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? That means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can only be one reason for that. Kaboom. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle. They were Australian. Ah! Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh, I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? What else is new? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that was a self-report. Really? Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene. Let's look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in the basement, 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see. And this is the phone that made the call? You know, when I was checking the Twitch directory for the game, it said that this game is set in 2026. That's the kind of cell phones they use in 2026. Obviously. Right cell phone added to the court record. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Ugh. Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred? How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. As a witness! Everything up until now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? No! Very well, the prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? After the Great War. I'm a cab driver. I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. Hey! So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people! Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. That seems excessive. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is okay. Now, the prosecution... Wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orly. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is named in restaurant. But I also perform, how is it said, other service. I take it one of those other services is taking the customer's pictures. Like for example, this one. Oh. That's the defendant? Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hats is one who has gone kaput. Hi Nero, how are you? Indeed, that is the victim. Order, order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. That seems like a bad thing, actually. And the court will casually accept this new evidence. Olga's photo added to the court record. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in the room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me, the hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Yeah, Later, Jen. Thanks for hanging out. Is room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. Da. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. Sorry, one sec. The victim, Slim Shady, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. I can't tell. It's supposed to be like, oh really? Like, oh really? Oh really? Orley. Oh really? And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, then that means... Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for a game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on, da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened, da. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Well, that doesn't match at all. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. Objection! That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chip's photo added to the court record. I love chips. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Yeah, 1 second. I have things to look at. Right cell phone. Used by the defendant to notify police. Let's see, I can... Whoa! With my keyboard. Oh, hello. What is... The battery's being held in with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. Oh, I can... Meow. Enhance. Meow. It's just like me for real. Olga's photo. Defendant and Mr. Smith at the Borscht Bowl Club. That sure is... There's some phone cards. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, hang on. Okay. I wanted to make sure that all of the aces were unique. We're good. Oh, wait, Olga O'Reilly. The witness in this case, a Russian waitress at the Borscht Bowl Club, age 21. Okie dokie. Deal cards for game. You're dealing cards. Do you do this often? Da, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitress is. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city and spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da? The victim, he plays hold time with his hand on locket at his neck. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, da? He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Honor? Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket. Oh, we're talking about... Oh. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? God damn it. God damn it. Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what... It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Oh boy. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding. It's almost like Japanese language doesn't have the letter L, and it's frequently replaced with the letter R. So what happened next? Last hand is done. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Yeah, Miss O'Reilly, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. I trembled with fear. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. I mean, the contradiction here is obvious, but we're gonna press anyway. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Apollo. Well, now I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because the defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. That's the get up and stretch time. I'll get up and stretch, sir. The only thing I'm throwing back is a lot of water. I'm gonna need it. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Slim Shady, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Wright isn't the killer. It was the Borscht! Present. Objection?
Objection!
Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Da, normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss O'Reilly, really now? Did you witness the crime? Oh shit, she's good. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Oh my. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Bald! 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 Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Crime photo, too, added to court record. But I have seen it happen. Hang on one sec. Photo of forehead. I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss O'Reilly? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time. They're really milking this, huh? Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction! I did it! I did the thing! There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. Yeah, you're right. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it! There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Wait, have I been thinking aloud this whole time? Have I been just, like, whispering this to myself? Wait a minute. Midnight customer asked me to deal cards for game. He was hats on, da.
Hold it!
I'm gonna be cold. After defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle.
Hold it!
You didn't say anything about hitting before.
So sorry. I must be forgetting this da.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, da. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Then that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. Oh, how convenient. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead. Yes. A present. Let me see. Yeah, no, his neck is fine. Objection!
Objection!
The music didn't stop, I'm worried. Uh-oh, oh no, what did I do? Oh no, but, what do you mean? I thought I was onto something there. Hmm. Hmm. Wait. No, cause it's just so he removed his hand from his locket so he could strangle the victim. Hmm.
Hold it!
Let's press everything again, I guess. Mm-hmm.
Hold it!
Is... Hang on, can I make... Nice to know that save scumming is still a thing. Okie dokie. I wonder if the line of reasoning is that why would he have chosen to hit him on the head if he was wearing a hat? Objection?
Objection!
No, no. Okay. Let me try pressing things again.
Hold it!
Let's press everything again. Lockets. Mm-hmm.
Hold it!
Get grape juiced. Hmm. Oops. Objection?
Objection!
No. They aren't. No. Wait! The victim. Oh, the victim with the locket. Hmm. If his hand was on his locket, then why would he go for the strangle? Is that anything? Because if he was going for the neck, then his hand would already be there to block it? Hmm. Have I mentioned that, locket is gone!
Objection!
The locket is gone! We're good. There was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. Yes, I just now realized that. You got... I did not. No, it's fine. I was like, I was, cause like I was looking for like finger, like a grip, ligature marks on his neck where the hand would have been. I wasn't even thinking about like, oh, did he take the locket or is the locket there? I hope you weren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. Yes. I'm working so hard to be entertaining for you. You know, it's so much. It's so much, really. It's just, it's too much. It's just too much, really. Thank you. No, but look at this photograph. Every time I do it contradicts testimony. Hi, Raph. How are you? Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. You shouldn't be. That took me a very long time, Mr. Gavin. I knew you'd be able to handle this. Can I? But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off. No? I'm good. Taken it off. Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah! Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Oh. That's why I got confused. That's why I was confused, because he's wearing the locket. That's why I was confused. That's it. Okay. That's what happened. Because he's wearing the locket, right? And so when I heard the testimony, I didn't, connect it in my head that she was talking about the victim, despite the fact that she said the victim. Ignore that part. Reading comprehension goes out the window. Once you hit the start stream button, reading comprehension is unthinkable. So, I was thinking that Phoenix was playing with his hand on his locket the whole time. And so when I was looking at the picture of the victim's neck, I wasn't even looking for a locket. That's what happened. Okay, yes. I just noticed this, but you have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Phoenix Wright Fox! Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? You fuck? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. So Mr. Wright has a locket too. He fucks! Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of this game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost.
Badly. Miss O'Reilly, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant. Yeah, no. See, everyone just wears the same clothing all the time in this world. They're like, it's like when cartoon characters open their closet and they have 50 identical t-shirts. They're like, oh man, which one do I wear today? This one's too green. That one's not green enough, you know?
Duh.
Serious competition.
The game began with 3,500 point-in chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
Indeed. Looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. He might have.
3,500 point-in chip for each man.
Hold it!
What flavor of chip? Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used?
No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be 7,000. Exactly 6. No, 7,000 points. Same, Judge. Same. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. Shut up. Some of us can't count.
Hold it!
Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used?
Duh, of course.
Why don't I believe you? Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Yes, please do. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips.
Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a
Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars? Or rubles even?
Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling.
Yeah, no, that is Payne's voice. I'm not gonna do this, but, you know, I've been doing the best I can.
Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand.
Alright.
2 types of chip, 100 points chip and 1000 points chip. It is not money, da?
Justice? Sir, don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Well, yeah. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. Wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind.
Da, Your Honor. 1 kind of chip for 100 or 1,000. 2 kinds in all.
Let me see here. Let's see here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 10,600. That's not correct. wait. Double. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yes, good. That's not correct. I'm gonna press on the rest. But, that ain't quite right. That ain't quite right, honey.
Hold it!
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. I do. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Sorry, I'm fine. Better think of something to ask. And quick. The 2 types of chips.
Da.
The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000, right? Right, of course.
Huh. Don't waste our time.
Is that all? Yeah. Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice. Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who, me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. Man's calling me out. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation? I can't count. It was winning, that was victim. I'm gonna press on things. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing?
Da. It must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? Da, one-sided and... For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose.
Hold it!
Last hand.
It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand. It was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind.
It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. That is truly an excellent hand. However, so is the victim's.
One with highest number wins, so defendant loses. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once cards laid down on table, it happened. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
And? What happened next?
Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. Da! I did not believe such thing would happen.
What such thing?
Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur?
What such thing? Apollo?
Niet! Niet! The defendant had been hitting victim. Da, I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime.
Remember, your first goal is to gather information.
Yes, sir.
Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice.
Okie smoky.
Objection.
Objection!
You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. I didn't think about... I just thought that the number of chips were wrong. Now that you mention it, yeah. Yeah, it appears as if the victim is betting considerably more than the defendant.
It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture's enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten.
I think we've established that we're not. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? I obviously know what it is, but, For those in the court who who don't know, please tell them. Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. And I definitely know what it is. I mean... This seems like a got him kind of answer. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 1, 2, 3... Yeah, because then it's 6, and then... 5 for either. Yeah? Yeah? Then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. You can count. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Alright, you don't gotta sass me. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! Yeah, but Matthew, it's we're getting there. The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah! Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant had 4,100. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning! Now, Miss O'Reilly, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? She's good. Order, order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we could Excuse me? What is it, Miss O'Reilly?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, see what, Miss O'Reilly? What do we see? In the last hand, There was cheat.
Cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing.
Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are.
Great. Just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting, sir. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The final hand.
The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Miss O'Reilly, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. We're throwing it back. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker. Well, aren't we supposed to not be gambling here? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What do you mean? What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice? You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
Last hand, both men had full house.
Hold it!
How is possible?
How hard is it to make a full house anyway?
It is quite hard, It is making a pair and 3 of a kind at the same time.
Is it a game theory, Matthew? I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
Very difficult, but is not impossible.
Okay, full house. Hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time.
4 of each card, useless.
4 of each card, you say?
There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card.
Why am I yawning?
It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from the number of seasons.
Is it? Oh, you don't say. Ah, and did you know that the cards are numbered 1 to 13? They're not. Oh, well, they are actually. Yeah, no, they are. Add all the cards in a deck and you get 364 a year. Isn't it 365? It's fine. Huh, you don't. Isn't that 1 day short?
That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus, you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards.
Okay, this is fascinating, but not relevant. Huh, you don't say. We're gonna be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this.
If you look at both
Hold
How was it clear?
Well, the defendant, he played a fifth ace.
A fifth ace. I don't see a fifth ace. There are only 4. Alright. Carry on.
I still remember both hands very well.
No. No, that's... no.
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's too. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Shut the fuck up. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well, the witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
It is 5 aces in all. It is not. His argument,
I do want to press on all the things. They call him Phoenix 5 Aces. They're gonna make fun of me if I press on this without presenting it. It's fine.
A fifth ace. It should not exist, no? I still remember both hands very well.
We've been over this. Yeah. Where did this card come from?
Yes, the very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less serious a taboo than forging evidence in a court of law.
I don't think that's true. Now, perhaps it's time for you to say something, Justice.
You bet! I have no intention of staying quiet.
Not me, no sir. I'd better find some contradicting evidence fast.
Comes argument.
Do you recall what the men were arguing about?
I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are cheater," and then the defendant shouts something like, "I have objection." Shouting objection, eh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom, now he bluffs his way through life.
However, Mr. Wright lost the hand. That seems to cast the shadow of doubt on Mr. Smith.
Humiliation from losing, even when cheating. That is what set fire to defendant's heart.
So what did the flaming defendant do next?
Took bottle in hand. Lord, Mr. Smith.
By bottle, are you referring to this?
That is a bottle, yes. The defendant uses this bottle to... Misbehavior is admission of cheating by the defendant.
I feel like we should focus more on the murder, but okay, sure. But why use a grape juice bottle?
You'd be surprised at what can be used as a weapon. This drink is a recommended drink of Borschtball Club, This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor.
Ah yes, vintage grape juice. Vintage, non-alcoholic grape juice. Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First she says it was a serious competition. Now she says there was cheating. Justice, notice anything odd? Keeps changing. Now she says the defendant cheated. Actually, yes, I had noticed that. Let's get the truth about this cheating first, shall we?
Right, leave it to me.
Objection!
Objection!
It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? But my name...
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? I can't just use my mouse. I have to use the WASD. There. Miss O'Reilly, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Very good, Judge. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne?
Yes.
The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Which of these hands is more sus? Probably the victim's. Yeah, because he had 3 kings. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well, Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well.
Received evidence. Victim's hand. Oh my god, his hand! Which one, left or right? Time's a wasting. Get to it, Justice. Yeah, okay, I'm looking. Let's see here. Guys. Fellas. Guys. 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 I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Yeah, no, that's that 3rd king that I was talking about. Guys. Oh boy. Yes, sir. Yeah, no, Alright. Sides and angles. The arrow buttons and being Yeah, thanks. No, I got it. Thank you. The reason I thought they were using blue cards in the final hand. Didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Huh? Oh, Which was it now? Oh. You're the one who's paying attention to things. What? You know what? Now I'm glad. I'm glad, actually, that I really blew. Boo. Boo! You know, I'm glad, actually, that I did, that I looked at it first. Because otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten the iconic line, I'm more of a red guy. Blue is just so not red, you know? Iconic. Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color.
Eh? I didn't look at evidence. That's impossible. But I put that card in right hand.
Oh. The truth come out. What was that, Miss O'Reilly?
No, yet. I merely said Da, eek.
Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. More like dishonest guy. The dealer. Ah! Wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss O'Reilly. She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager.
Yeah.
She's also very good at catching things. Order! Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage... Apollo? Time to take advantage of her. I mean her mistake. Your Honor! Please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hand.
Ergo! Miss Olga O'Reilly conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Slim Shady.
Ooh!
Yeah! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim.
What?
Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... If Mr. Wright isn't guilty, I am! I am! The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly, of murder.
Eek!
Oh, she's dead. Oh, she's dead. Oh, she's dead. Oh. Oh, well then. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga O'Reilly?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Slim Shady. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. Pronounce?
What?
I did it! I held out! I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Action!
Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night.
That was said before.
Yeah, I just said that. The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? For exactly this reason, Apollo. If we used the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. Also that. Use different colors and they still got mixed up?
Yeah, because...
We used the red deck for the last game. I see. But that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Like Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? I mean, they're all a little bit stupid, and everyone in this world is just a little bit stupid. Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. Yes, that's very true. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Oh. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. Yeah. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Well, during would be awfully tricky. Olga's big reveal, huh? I mean, he said it might be as simple as you think, so... She says she put the card in Phoenix's deck. Perhaps it happened after the murder? What's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh, even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah! Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? There is no point of cheating after the game's over, except if someone is fucking dead to make it... Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another. Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? I mean, there was a fade to black. I'm assuming that during that time, they removed her from the courtroom and laid her down somewhere. Curled her up with her borscht. It was Jeb! Get him! Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga O'Reilly. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Let's see. Well, it wasn't Phoenix, obviously. I don't know why it would be her, because she had her story straight. She was like, oh yeah, he had 3 aces. And besides, the card in question wasn't an ace, it was a king. Or rather, Okay. Assume for a moment that Mr. Slim Shady had 3 aces and 2 kings, and was in fact the one cheating. then cheating with the aid of Olga. They both had their story straight. Like, oh, Mr. Wright, you must have been the one cheating. But after the fact, someone else swapped that third ace, that fifth ace, for a king to remove suspicion. I don't quite know where I'm going with this. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga O'Reilly either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss O'Reilly at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is.
Fine, how about confusing? I've no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss O'Reilly, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a Japanese anime, a new direction. A new direction. We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand, and that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. After these commercial messages. Right, the person that person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist.
True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. Hey, look, the get up and stretch time. Yeah, I'll get up and stretch. I should probably refill my water, too. We're rapidly running out, if you can believe it. Everybody get up and stretch and maybe get some of your own water. Hey, thanks, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Wearing the victim's locket and withholding information. Yup. He's toying with us. He's playing with his food, and I love that for him. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, he thinks. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. I mean, to be fair, we didn't ask. Nobody asked. It did. It did start with 2. Oh, I see. His name is Papa. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Oh, certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. Call it basketball. I want the tether ball. I want to play with the tether ball. Ooh, or we could play Foursquare. Yeah, let's play Foursquare. April 20th, 11:52 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3. 420. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I'd think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I've no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. And he evaporated. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Ah! So cute. Precious. Apollo's just diss track. Boo. Boo! Welcome beheaded. Boo! I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? Oh. What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. I don't remember. Trucy. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. The incident. I truly do not. I remember so very little about this game. I remember that her name is Trucy, and that's about it. I never, honest, but it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. That's pretty close. Want to know something? No. I dislike knowing things. I am a famous hater of knowledge. There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Same. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly. Oh, yeah. she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. Twitch? It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon, TM. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know. I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. Oh, good. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. Banana. To be content. To be content. To be content. Well. Ooh, that's a fun little jingle. Yeah, I'll save. Pring. Trial resumes. I would love to continue to the next chapter. April 20th, 2:14 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Ogle, really recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again. That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. It is taking place on 420. I hate to break it to you. It's funny, actually, because, you see, Fire Emblem Three Houses, noted game that I kind of enjoy a little bit, maybe, just a smidge. Also, the story begins on 420. I don't make the rules. It's a fact. It is an unassailable fact. Yeah, that one. It is an unassailable fact. It is. It is 100% true. It is 100% true. Yes. Yes, yes. The 4th month, the 20th day. The 20th day of the 4th moon. I will cut a bloody path. Yes. Yes, indeed. 3 days after Hubert's birthday, and 10 days before Ferdinand's. These are very important dates, you see. Very, very important. Anywho, the defense would like to request that Miss O'Reilly take the stand. Very well, the witness shall take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poorer loser. Get her ass. Not. Oh, fuck! Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. Oh, fuck. I did not remember this. Whoa! People call me Olga Quickfingers Orley. Oh no, she's hot. Oh, really? God damn it. Wanna know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh really. I hate this game. I fucking hate this game. I hate this fucking game. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. We will call you names. Fine. Yeah. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Slim Shady, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. O'Reilly was in cahoots, you say. They had to know. They had to know. They had to know. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh really, how droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake. I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers O'Reilly. O'Reilly? This must stop. This has to stop. We can't keep doing this. Witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Judge, I need you to calm down. I need you to stop. Sir, you need to stop. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad! The baddest. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. Witness testimony. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Oh, hey, look at her hand there. Oh, how about that? It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. Hello, detective. How are you? It has also been many years since I played this, and I remember incredibly little about it. A surprisingly frank testimony that leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect! If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Except, he wasn't actually cheating, you were. It's fine. Look who's talking! Yeah, see? Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? planted the card like I was supposed to.
Hold it!
Hold it! This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The Five of Hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least, that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Hang on 1 second. 5 of Hearts, you say? That's a heart down in the bottom left corner. One wonders. He has 5 hearts? Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to, then so everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. The card was gone.
Hold it!
The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of Hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. Not the hat! But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long, storied career of being an asshole, never has Quick Fingers O'Reilly been so readily duped. Stop it! So what did happen to that 5 of Hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of Hearts is still missing in action. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. A funny thing you're doing with your hand there. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly, and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well? Oh. I'm seeing into the Matrix. What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Do it. Miss O'Reilly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? You... Don't hurt the camera. Don't hurt the camera. Me? Quick Fingers O'Reilly? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. Oh. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss O'Reilly, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Notice? Touching her neck, was it? I don't know. Detective. Whoa! Enhance! Whoa! What's going on? This sensation. It's coming into focus. There, that twitch. It's so clear. The bandwidth. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Press R to perceive.
Gotcha!
Gotcha. Miss Orley, perhaps you were unaware of this yourself. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Matthew. He's streaming at 1080p, 60 FPS! Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? My back? So what? So what about my... What did do, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? Well, you see, a memory is when you have something in your brain that you remember. This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us. Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. Back when you had hair. Got him. What would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss O'Reilly, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours, is there? I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. I mean, he says weapon. My badge. He says weapon. It is a deadly bottle. I mean... Oh, I can't. Oh, I can't save. Oh, of course I can't. Take that?
Take that!
Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now is our only chance to break her. Break her testimony. Probably. Miss O'Reilly, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yet, I am knowing nothing.
We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please, now. They just wanted to use that animation again. Bah, fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there.
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. Can you try standing up here? Her eyes are darting all over the place. It must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. That's just patently false. That's just not true. Rush into conclusions. Boo. Boo! Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. What do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is... flawed. Flawed? Yeah, it's... Yeah, no. Because we know that he didn't. Basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that? What does bogus mean?
It's fine, I guess. Yeah, it seems... I don't know. It's just testimony. Show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. It's his cell phone. Take that.
Take that!
Miss O'Reilly, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Eh? And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ow! So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Eek! Oh no, the borscht! No! The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. It means it wasn't Christmas. Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Oh! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me! Why did he hit you? You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. Eek! When I came to, the victim was already dead. Oh, the victim was already dead, is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Ugh. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss O'Reilly a big fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, the victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright? He picked up that evil laughter habit from his boyfriend. Such a hasty conclusion. His platonic life partner, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. They're very good friends, roommates even. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. Look, old man keeps adding people to the room. Ha! This theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. You decided, here where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. The real criminal? And we're in luck. a clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Do I? Sorry. Hang on, wait. Oh, the window probably. Maybe? I mean, they were probably looking in through the window. Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. They weren't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was?
It's not me, I swear.
Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? You're the protagonist, Apollo. You're the protagonist, my boy. Just in case you know. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Why, it was Dad, of course. Take that.
Take that!
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. Hey, thanks. I was right. Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or on the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Well, Christoph. Yeah, but listen, Matthew, this is the world of Phoenix Wright, where the rules are made up and the evidence doesn't matter. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin! Is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity! The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have? Christon, boo. Boo! Yeah. Well, what if they have?
Huh?
Sorry, what if they've what? What if they've met?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin, testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss O'Reilly... Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Ooh. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. You done goofed, motherfucker. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Nah, I think it's probably fine. You know what? This is a new game. This is a new game. New game, new judge. New year, new me. I think we can just leave. I think, I think we should just leave it as it is. I don't think it's really all that important. Hear the testimony! This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. At 2, Justice, you would betray me, your teacher. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Let's get talking. Yeah, no talk. Well, we can get tacos later. I really? Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Slim Shady walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to Defense Attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir! He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Oh, Apollo. Oh, Apollo. Hold it! You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual. Usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner. Indeed, the remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours. 2 hours? That's a long dinner. Then Christoph left after that. You know what, Detective? The first time you said that, I wasn't sure what you were referring to. It's the Borscht Bowl Club, yeah? Uh-huh. They really love borscht. They just love borscht. A great big bowl of borscht. Between the two of them. They love it. After that, Slim Shady walked in 5 minutes later. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Slim Shady may have met?
I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear they just passed in the hall.
They do, yeah, they have to share. That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga really mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The empty bottle of grape juice. The murder weapon? Excuse me, pardon me. There ain't no card in here. There ain't no card in there. I don't see a card. Maybe you took it out later. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. Card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Nah, bitch, it's empty. This bitch empty. This bitch empty. Yeet. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. Put the card in the bottle. Knocked out cold, controllable, left to call the police. I want to press more things.
Hold it!
You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And when he returned, the victim was already dead, as I literally just said. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. But little? Listen, Judgy, this man has seen so many dead bodies. He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. Who put his hat back on him? Who put the hat back on? Wait a minute. Defense Attorney Gavin. Wait a minute. Can you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. It was the missing card! And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Bright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir.
have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with this testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere.
Objection?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely, isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped. He's in on it. He knows the joke. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh? Push him harder, Justice. Break him! In court, right? In court, right? It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO! Ugh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? A dinner set on the table in this photograph. This photograph. Look at this photograph. I mean, there are quite a few bottles. There are quite a few. How much grape juice do you drink, my dude? How often do you have to get up and piss? How much grape juice do you drink? Okay, alright. Slim Shady walked in, discovered the trap, knocked out cold. He's dead. Okay. They haven't pressed on this, though.
Hold it!
Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. Isn't that the name of, like, this track, for instance? Like one of the songs that they play in court called Entrapment, maybe? Is that anything? Maybe. I knew it was coming. Ho ho, so you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. Okay. Knocked out cold. He's dead. We don't have like a call record or anything. Why is this anything? Is this just a fun character detail? Or is this something? Can I make a phone call? Beep boop beep boop beep 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 beep. Who's here? Beep beep bop boop boop beep bop beep beep beep. It's empty! Ah! The lid! The lid! The lid! The lid, Patrick! The lid! The lid! Cornered, not entrapment. Damn it. I made that up. Oh well. The lid? Patrick, the lid! The lid! The lid! Objection?
Objection!
Nope, okay. No, it doesn't. No, it does. I'm sorry. I thought it was something, but it didn't. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, the music didn't stop. Trapped me for the card in the bottle. And then I could present the bottle again. What about this one? Hang on, this one has a more clear shot of the bottle. I mean, Just for no reason. What about? What about? What about? No, still no. Okay. Okay, what do you think about this? Uh-huh. Yeah, no, it's fine. Uh-huh, yeah, no, yeah, no, I'm doing great over here. Juice. Favorite drink. Of course. What do you think of this? I'm shaking your soda, Your Honor. Completely empty. The lid? No, nothing on the lid. Wait! Wait. He was wearing a hat. Who put the hat back on him? Hat? Objection! Hat! Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. Look at this photograph. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. This fucking guy. Like, oh yeah! Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat... Why? Eh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head. He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view, shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. I tampered with the crime scene, you see.
Why would you do a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. Oh, so Miss O'Reilly didn't see it. It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Ahem, pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client. Right, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Can y'all stop this lover's quarrel? Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason. That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation? How? What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? It wasn't you, was it? Me, please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Bone china plate. Oh. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny, and not plate, but pate? I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's bleeding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. He knew. He knew! So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, who else do we know who has a slowly balding forehead? You know, I did misread that, and I did think you said, who else do we know who has a slowly bleeding forehead? I was like, oh, I don't know. Who? So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Who? Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Pate? Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Plate without the L. Pate. No, it's just pate.
A plate? A plate, woo?
Pate. It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright. Oh, hey, get up and stretch time. Get up and stretch. Order, I will have order. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, get up and stretch. Here we go. Scumshoe. I'm sure we'll see him again someday, maybe. Order, I will have order, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well. This will be the final recess for the day. And I call the slide. Damn it. April 20th, 2:32 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Ryder both in the judge's chamber. They went to the principal's office. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? More like, turn about like this. Pew, 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 pew.
A cross-examination, a woo? Examination. Cross-examination.
May I? It's her! Ah! Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all. An ace. Where do I remember that card from?
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It's 5 aces in all. Oh. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. Ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. You.
The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this ketchup? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Bye. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth. I hope it's not Chris's blood. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection.
So small. Oh, so cute.
Bloody ace, received from a mysterious girl. Could this be the missing 5th ace? Oh, he's not there anymore. He's not standing next to us. April 20th, 2:45 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. I can't fucking talk. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand?
They killed them.
Oh, there he is. Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald! 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 I wanted to look at this real quick. Blood! A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. And it's a red card on the back. Don't lick it. But it's... hang on. It's got like an undertone of like... oh, is that iron? Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. Vampire justice.
Objection!
Oh! Oh, hi! Is this the old theme? I think it's the old theme. It's got a more pixely tone to it. He said the thing! Yeah! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Motherfucker. Speaking looking from the other side. Let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh! When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Would you not have Maya's been? Maya's not in this game. I don't think she's in any of them. Don't tell me if she is. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation, I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? That fateful night. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you were on Mr. Wright's defense team? Well, I was. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. Which is why he... What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright, you had to say that, because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Am I right? Up top. Up top. Don't leave me hanging, man. Up top. Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? No. Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. That fateful night.
Hold it!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith. He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then you knew the true nature of your client's job. Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? Down to the basement, peeked in through that tiny window. Little baby window. The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far everything he's saying makes sense. Must be right after the murder. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, Wright, but you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Criminy. Is dead. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene. Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? Bald head, unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious 4th person, who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Oh, I am so glad you asked. I mean, huh? Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. Your responsibility not to defend someone if you understand. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. The 5th ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? I can, but I want to press on the rest of it, for funsies. Not yet. No, not yet, Your Honor. Not yet? Huh, pathetic. Not yet? Try not ever. Well, Mr. Gavin? Oh, I'm willing to wait for as long as it takes. Great, I don't even know what the heck I'm looking for. Apollo? Yes, sir. Don't forget, you already know the answer. I know I do. You just don't realize it yet. I already know the answer? Take a moment to think it over again, okay? Yeah, I know. Since it was not the best place for me to so I left. Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember though, by that time, I was already Wright's defense attorney. It wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. That makes sense. Or does it? I'm confused.
Well, what happened next?
And that's when the call came from Wright. Where were you when the phone call came? I had already left the Borscht Bowl Club by that time. On the phone, he asked me to defend him. Naturally, I was surprised. I accepted, however. I couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far, everything jives with Mr. Wright's testimony, I think. Is it going to be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss? I'm fine. Who was it that taught me never to pull punches in cross-examination? It was you, Mr. Gavin. I learned it from watching you! I take it back. I think I love this game. I learned it from watching you! Was it here? Oh, right. Yes, we have to press and then... No.
Objection!
I can, actually. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the courts. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? Could add some ketchup on it.
Take that!
My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why? Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade! What? This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be? Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, see, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all.
Objection!
No. Impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Ah. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. You learned it from your boyfriend. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
I assure you, it's incredibly based. Yeah, baby! Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yeah? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. I can't do that, I have aphantasia. Oh! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? The killer, I think. Yeah, because... Or the victim? Okay, hang on. Let's talk it out. So, if the card was in his hand, it was on the table. It was on the table in front of him, right here. Then that would imply that if he was hit in the front, then his head would go backwards, and the blood would also go down the back of his head. But the card was on the table, which means he was turned around. And he fell back onto the table. Bright eyes, yes. Well, I can't save, so... take that.
Take that!
Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Yeah, see? Ah! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall onto the floor, not on the cards. There are a bunch of cards on the floor, to be fair. Why, that's right. So, what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. They spin! Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Recreate the crime scene. How do I... How would one? Hang on. Key config? Shit. Cursor. Rotate evidence, turn camera. No. Oh dear. How do I just... Oh, okay, I just do that. Okay. See, it threw me off that the button said point out. I thought it was gonna just be like, take that, without having turned the chair around. We're good. The chair was facing the other way. It would have to be. So, we have to assume at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? Well, it was facing towards the table. Yeah. The 3DS. When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Oh boy. Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? 1 second. I totally believe in my ability to do this thing. The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses, whose location creates a contradiction the victim was facing away. Why the killer, of course.
Take that!
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? Here. Did he move the cabinet or whatever out of the way?
Take that!
The killer had to be standing, well, here? You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. Oh, no. Thought I was onto something there. You hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Yeah. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Huh. It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait! I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes. I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. I didn't know the judge could read. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Okay. Which means the window was blocked. Thank you. Hey, thanks. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown... has to have been as shown here. Words are hard. English is stupid. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? It's the second witness. Because the window is blocked. Take that. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Yeah, okay. Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah! That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness the crime scene from?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Porch Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh? And what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it.
You what? Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. Yeah, you sure did. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked, and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it.
Eek!
What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga really was out cold, hit by a smooth criminal, Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Slim Shady alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then, our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look and... wha-bam! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. You gotta adjust the hair. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. Yeah, I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Payne. Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
What?
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney, who is twitching violently, but is totally innocent. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court and this case demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo?
Yeah?
Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still, but I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that.
Yeah.
Just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there. In plain sight. I believe I know what it is. He has a whole bunch of bottles right here, and as he's playing the piano, he reaches down to grab one and pull it out of the box.
How about you just say the answer in plain words?
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. It's our badge! Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. I should get badge. That's a good point. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? Take that.
Take that!
It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor, next to your chair. Excuse me, on the floor. Yes, now reach down and pick it up, without getting out of your chair.
Ugh.
See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow! I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you use the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order, order, order. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, the fucking card. The card. As I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yeah? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. It's grape juice. Hey, look, what's that? There's something inside the bottle. Okay, I was worried that I would have to take the lid off. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga, really? Yes, our little swindling devotka. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. The borscht! No! That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. That's me, I'm the finger, hello. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone?
No, you do not. I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Slim Shady. Is he the real one? His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright?
Yes?
7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. Shame he's fucking dead now. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Woo! Yay! It's really good time. Thank you, Vince. Court is adjourned. It really did. April 20th, 4:28 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. It's exactly like my Japanese animes. Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. You heard of a little thing called the birds and the bees. The answer? Right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture's in your locket. Bit my radioactive law book. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours! I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. Oh right, that little hang up. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Oopsie poodles. Just convicted my boss. Apollo. Yeah? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. I never was, really. I don't know how I got as far as I did. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. I mean, it was the card, right? Yeah.
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? My badge! I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Leaving the wrong card in its place? Luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. Fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Good thing I'm not a fucking attorney anymore. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him? I punched him? I punched him? I punched him? I punched him. Apparently I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that," next time. I find it packs a little more punch. Good. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Talking like we went on a date. Thanks for today. I had a great time. Later, Viz. Thanks for hanging out. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. End. It says end down there, I swear. End.
Chivo!
We will do that, but, the get up and stretch time is about to go off, and this seems like a perfect time to do exactly that. Everybody get up and stretch. I'm also gonna go grab a snack or something. I'm a little hungry. Take 5. Why, hello. Welcome back. I didn't think about, I hadn't quite considered how long I would be leaving you all alone with your thoughts in the silence of the void. Hey, thanks. I probably should have put some music on. But I ate a donut with a chocolate glaze, and I made myself a cup of chamomile with a bit of honey, in order to try and prevent some vocal stress. It's inevitable, but you know. Okay. Away we go. Ah, shit, I said turnabout corner. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops, you die. That was a nice little 3D render there. June 15th, 9:12 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. That's the day before my birthday. You did hallucinate this case. Didn't. Yeah. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. What a doozy. Yeah, I'll admit it, I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Don't hit your bottoms, unless they consent. Here being the legendary Wright & Co. Law Offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? Hello there! You found the right place. You found the right place! I get it. Welcome! What's with this girl? Well now, shall we begin? Begin what? Right, first things first, any special talents? Talents? Yeah, well, you must have at least one. Well, I guess... defending? Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead, show me, defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us, not at us. Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend? No? Excuse me, but do you know where you are? Huh? The Wright & Co. Law Offices, right? Oh... I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look. Oh, look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes? But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again. What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. It all came flooding back. The trial, that girl. Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. That's right, she's my daughter. Trucy. Right. Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo Justice, attorney at law. These are cute buttons. Alright, first things first. This is incredibly important. Don't touch Mr. Charlie! Mr. Charlie? He's been in this office much longer than I have. Danny's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. He's lived here since Danny was a rookie attorney. Huh. Mr. Charlie. Right. Now I take care of him. Very important. A strange split box leers at me from the wall. Is this one of those boxes for cutting people in half? That's right! This cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag. I've seen one on TV, but why is one just sitting here in your office? Oh, it's a little big for me, you see, so I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. You know what? That's actually pretty clever. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? It's not exactly what I'd call a welcoming decor. What do you mean? I feel so welcomed. Hey, look, a guillotine. There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano. Why do we have a piano? Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapons far from reach. Weapons? But you can't play the piano with all this junk on it. It was always with a Y. Oh, no one plays here anyway, and the neighbors complain. I guess Mr. Wright really can't play. Oh yeah, he was ostensibly playing. Oh, we can go up. Books. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here too. One Trick a Day, Magic for Idiots. You'd think a pro magician would aim a bit higher. Tea! That table doesn't look very sturdy. You've never seen one of these? It's a magic table. So, like, you make this teapot disappear? So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. Kinda hard to see the difference, I think. The spaghetti! Look, it's floating! Whoa! That fork is floating! Not. Why do you have a plate of plastic spaghetti here? That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. I saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looked so real, that's when I knew. Someday, I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. Yeah, okay. Who dis? An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat. That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday. Sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if he's got to be well over 100. How rude! Is that everything? It looks like everything. Oh wait, we got a hoop! That's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazy about way back when. Really? I had no idea these were that popular. I'm not so bad with one myself, actually. Eh? I'm still learning. So you can really make someone levitate with it? Show me! Huh? I have no idea how. It's a normal hula hoop, isn't it? I think that's everything. Seems like... Wait! Hat! A blue silk hat, just like the one Trucy's wearing. Oh, that's just for show. Don't wear it, please. Last thought from my mind, honest. I put it there so clients can see it and know who I am. Nothing says magician like a silk top hat. She's got a point. I think that's everything. Excellent. Court record. I do have my badge still. That's important. And it's still got the number on it. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. No. Poor baby. Phoenix Wright, a pianist who can't play a lick, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown, age 33. Trucy Wright, age 15. Future stage magician in training, apparently the daughter of Phoenix Wright. What do you mean, apparently? Take this. Oh, I've seen one of those before. That's an attorney's badge. It looks just like the one Daddy used to have. Now if I take this badge and do this and this, see? It's gone. Hey, my badge! What'd you do with my badge? No need to worry. Just look in your pocket. Huh? No way, my pocket. Wait a second, there's something in there. It's a flyer for your agency! And here's your badge. You can have it back now. That's the last time I let her touch anything of mine. Period. I'd like to leave. What's up with this Right Talent Agency? Guess I'll talk to her and find out what I'll find. Right Talent Agency. So is this really a talent agency? You bet. I was hoping for a longer line. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people. Does that include you? Juicy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid, too! I am a professional, you know. Right. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. That's good. You know what? That's good. He's extraordinary, you see. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. Tell me about yourself. So you're you're Phoenix Wright's daughter. That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. Okay. So I'm kind of... So I'm kind of his sugar daddy, get it? This child is a treasure. No. I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15? How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. I can't count. How old would he have been when Trucy was born? I can't count. Tell me about your daddy. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? You know about that? Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me, about Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right. Well, I'll be going now, and I'll, give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait! I'll go with you. You may be surprised, Detective. June 15th, 9:45 a.m., Hickfield Clinic. So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Visitors, are you? Yeah. Are you the Doctor?
Yep, Dr. Hickfield's the name.
Good morning, Doctor. Oh, no. Oh, bad touch, bad touch, bad touch. I hate it here. Oh, I hate it here. I hate it here. Oh, I hate it here.
Hi there, Trucy. Cute as ever.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon.
Is he watching The Steel Samurai? And that's the other one on the bed there, the pink one. I don't remember what it was called. That's very good.
How are you, Miss Trucy?
I'm not saying that. You can't make me. Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Something princess, yeah.
Why, if it isn't the daddy or the cutest little
I'm leaving.
I guess I'll be off then. Late.
Ugh, please leave. Please leave and never return. What a fucking weirdo that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. This is really important. Hang on. Ow. Can't look at that one specifically. What's that on TV? Looks like some sort of action hero show. Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffling Samurai? His booger flick attack is a big hit with the grade school crowd. I had no idea you liked this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know? Yeah, try not buying them. It might have just been Pink Princess. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports? It's a long story, like a lot of things, actually. Oh no. Mr. Wright's bed, it's really messy. Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy? Yikes, she's attempting to clean up. Look out! You got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Yeah, I might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. Absolutely roasted. God, that's so many. Swing, spiraling stack of DVD cases. Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Bugaboo. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. They're all children's action hero shows. This kid I know keeps sending them to me. Huh? Like a niece or nephew? Something like that. Yeah. Quite the collection. This kid's parents must be really generous with their allowance. Kid's parents are generous. Honey, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. A piano. This looks like a child's toy piano. Gotta practice. Wouldn't want my fingers to get stiff. The pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. Oh hey, where have we heard that before? Shall I play you a tune? No thanks. How unfortunate. I so rarely get a chance to play. Hey. No, nothing. I think that's everything. Wait. More grape juice?
Ah, Daddy, you snuck some grape juice in again.
The doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here. Trucy, look at the label. Oh! Deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. I switched the labels. Don't tell Trucy, K. What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. Grape juice. And nothing else. My badge? What's that? Looks strangely familiar. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. I guess some 7 years are longer than others. Yeah. Oh man. You remember how you would present your badge all the time? This gun. Hey, so, what's going on here? What happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. Ow! You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. He really is as lucky as they say. About Trucy. Something that just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. But you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot, I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Tee-hee? Aw, Daddy. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. That's not the Phoenix. That's not the Wright & Co. way. That's... no. So why did you contact me? What could the Wright Talent Agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help, we're in big trouble here at the office. Big! I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. Oh no. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us! Polly! Huh? What? Now it's my fault? And our nickname is Polly, apparently. On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. Oh boy. It's official. I'm scared. Polly wanted justice? What? Oh boy. Alright, so who's the client? Ah yes. Here, take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. That's me, I'm a triangle. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint. Al dente's. I feel like there has to be a pun there, but I don't see it. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So good luck. What? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Al dente. Ah. Good. Don't worry. Once you've found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office anytime now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do look into my accident, too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. Beep, beep, beep. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Map added to court record. Okie dokie. Hey, how do you feel about this map you just gave me? Mark the location of the accident on your map. Find the criminal who knocked me into that telephone pole. Okay. I guess I'll be on my way then. June 15th, 10:05 a.m., Right Talent Agency. Hey! How long you planning on making me wait, eh? Ah, good morning. Hey there, Trucy doll. Sounds like your pop's had a bit of a rough spot, eh? All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client. Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, eh? Oh, yes? The name's Apollo. Look at him there, arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half-cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. No! Oh my god. Oh, this is a tragedy. Noodle? You know Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? Yeah, Mr. Eldoon. This is Mr. Eldoon. A totally normal name. No nicknames, please, and no, of course I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. Then you know the best noodles in town. Eldoon's Noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Trucy doll. This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client. He's the noodle guy. He's Guy Eldoon, the noodle guy. First time, huh? No one is. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon. Oh, and he plays the harmonica. Anything for you, Trucy doll. He plays the harmonica. Hey, how do you feel about my badge? Yeehaw, attaboy, way to excuse me, sir? Old Phoenix used to do that to my pops all the time. Your father? Yup, he'd whip that bad boy out and say, put it on my tab, you know I'm good for it. A tab at a noodle joint. Yeah. Sorry, fella, but the only business I'm concerned with is my business. You gotta help me out. Get my business back. Yeah. Alrighty. Who? So, you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name, and noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for 1.5 years. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodle men for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. Aye, and fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh, there was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. So, it was like destiny that you became what you are. Like, what's the phrase? Nominative determinism. Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year, I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldoon's noodles. Please tell me about your business. So tell me more about Eldoon's noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt. Now I really don't want to find out. Your poor heart. Oh no. Oh, your poor heart. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my pop stand back during his attorney days too. Yep, him and his assistant. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Huh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl about now. What do you mean? It was stolen. My stand. Gone. Stolen? Do tell. It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. That's not a whistle, but continue. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Oh, good. And now you're just trying to butter me up like a noodle. It sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My key, my castle. Ooh. Maractus Clinic. Maractus, like the Pokemon? Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there, too. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know it. Anyhows, that's the deal. Good luck. Wait, what exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls would kill a man. Then I'd really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. If you drop by if you need any info, okay? Bing, bing, bing. Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make. Okay, bye. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel. I thought you left. Sorry. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery. Well, someone stole a pair of my panties. I need to leave. Panties. Why are you still here, sir? Sir? Sir. So they were stolen. Your... Just say underwear. My panties, yes. Right. Panties. Can we stop saying panties? That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll. Why are you still here? I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry? When a thief came and took them, my favorite panties. Also, there was a dog, apparently. I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait! Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do. Get more? A darn crying shame, yup. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Paulo. Right. And you help out Trucy Doll here too, you hear? Oh boy. Things certainly have picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday. Now we have 3 cases. I guess. Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list. Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit-and-run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? And the second item, Mr. Eldoon's request to find his stolen stand, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. And that bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly, to the streets! Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. Oh boy, time to leave, I guess. I mean, is there anything more to examine here? This is technically a crime scene. No? Okie dokie. Ah, yes. June 15th, accident scene. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car. According to the map, this is the place. Oh, the Kitakis. Wow, what a mansion! Apollo, there's a nice-looking lady over there. Let's question her. Oh, okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there, too. Ma'am? Ma'am? Madam? Madame? Miss? Oh, hello. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Oh. You want something? I don't... That husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating? I don't know. That's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. You can't just ask people that, Trudy. Oh, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. You, kid with the hair, you want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye! Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kitaki family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. You know, every town has a handful of organized crime syndicates, and this one's the biggest. Oh, if you're gonna ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. Ah, right. Yay! Way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear? I'm Plum Kitaki, wife to the 4th head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. My badge? Sorry, kid, I got no idea what you're talking about. That's fair. Hey, so... Oh, hello. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? There is something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. I must. Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entry to the park. Now don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home. Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. Quite the determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. He got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? Huh? No. Move along, nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? I am an adult. We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Ah, Detective Sky! We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Detective? Hello, madam. Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are? Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Ah, why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Get the luminol. Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Ma'am? Ma'am. You can't threaten me and compliment me in the same sentence. And expect me to... Want a dose of experimental... Oh boy. Hydroxyl uno dos trace. Wait a minute. Uno dos trace? Hydroxyacyl uno dos trace. You've done it again. Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out the riffraff if you would. Yes, ma'am. Bye, Emma. Grr. How are we gonna get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh yeah, that nice woman. Hey, look, a trash can. Big trash can on the way into the park. We could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney act, huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. Oh, the Maractus Clinic, huh? They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Yes. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? Oh, it's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Wait, you don't think? I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, and he took off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? Oh, boy. Well, the mirror seems like the obvious choice. So naturally, I'm going to take the slippers. Slippers crammed into pocket. Probably come back and get the other one, whatever. People Park. Kind of an odd name for such an empty place. Wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the gate post. Huh? Oh yeah, it says, donated by Big Wins Kitaki. Slip them and boo. Boo! Kitaki family built this park. It's so nice of them to give to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? A gangster building a park? Odd move for a crime boss. And amber lamps. I gotta say, I'd really like to know what happened here. Hey, I said no one goes in, unless you want a face full of what's it? No dice. Alright, fine. Hey, so... paint. This is pretty. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall. That's right. I called in an artist to do the job right. He's the third so far. The third? The first spilled paint all over the entrance here. The second on my kimono. So No, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right. And I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course. Then you can make them clean up their own mess. You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Oh, I wish I could say cool things like that. I'll bet you do. I'd laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Wow, what a mansion! And the gate is so big! The Kitaki family's pretty big around these parts. I like the fox. It's so cute! That's our family crest from the old country. Your family crest? We're clever as the fox, and our teeth are sharp. So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. Oh, how about the scales of justice, or a lunar lander? I'll pass, thanks. Okay, yeah, that's definitely been hit. Alrighty. Tell me about yourself. Little Plum. That's a really cute name for someone so... Yes? Whoa. What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? That seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Oh, little girl, you should know. We're gangsters. Gangst? Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please. I'm begging you. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. I'm gonna need some warm tea after this. Takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So you're saying that business is in its slump. Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night. Of course you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait. Yeah? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away. That's my daddy! I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man. Capo? Point man. Could you avoid using too much, industry lingo? Yeah, get up and stretch time. In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning. Bah! Cleaning up this paint? With a broom. Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise and found your father drowning in a sea of paint. So you came to his rescue? You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. Boss. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see. I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me. But why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes. But we're community-oriented gangsters, see? The boss likes to give back to the people, see? How noble. I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with. Public facilities. I wonder if she means that trash can. can I ask you a question?
What?
What happened in the park across the street? Oh, yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Ah, I understand. Chicago, huh? Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too. You're kidding. What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Did something happen at your house, too? A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. Oh no, you too, huh? So what happened at your house? Bloomers, last night. I got a bad feeling about this. Me, little Plum Kataki, the victim of a panty snatcher. What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen? Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. Hard to imagine Trucy's and Mrs. Kataki's panties having much in common. I just imagine Mrs. Kataki's panties. I know, we'll find your bloomers too. Great, show me what you're made of. What have you done? What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? Hello, ma'am. That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Hello, mother. She's a Kataki, too. Oh, miss? Here, our flyer. The Right Anything Agency? Wait, I see, I get it. And we're no longer the Right Talent Agency, we're the Right Anything Agency. From magic to the piano, even your defense. Call now. Ah, yes. Call circle, oval, star, circle, X, triangle, oval, oval, square, star. Anything agency? Yeah. Do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. We'll be waiting. Ah, goodbye. Why did you give her our flyer? I know. She seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. Okie dokie. No! So what's the... Oh, I didn't read that. June 15th, scene of the stand theft. So what's this place? This would be Mr. Aldoon's house, silly. Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence laying on the ground already. Puppy! Hey! Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place, a hospital? 3 shots for the price of 1! Oh my goodness. There's a sign. Maractus Clinic. Like the Pokemon. What a steal! Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties! He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties. Somehow I doubt that. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Ah, there you are, Sonny. Well, you find anything yet? I just got here. No, not yet. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets, just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Do you want to look at my badge? I already showed you my badge. Vote! Puppy! Look! A dog! Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yup, sure does. Named Spoon! And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get a bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Apollo, let's find that stand soon, for Spoon's sake. I'm pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. That's fine. Save the light. What is this? There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light indeed. Mr. Eldoon's house is practically in the dark here. I guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Yeah, no, probably not. Broth needs sun or it rots. What's a man to do? They just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit. It seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. Water? Broth. Looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. Oil? Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. Oh, okay, got it, thank you. How environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? Oh, I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Eldoon's only uses water from all natural sources. Oh no. Oh no. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. No! That's quite a sign. I take it that's new as opposed to old. Ah, you like it? Made it myself, I did. I meant to write noodles, but I ran out of space. Prior planning prevents poor performance. Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself, and it spruces up my image, it does. It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going for it. Yeah, okay. This house is, well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. Oh, Mrs. Eldoon. It's got character, though, just like my soup. I always thought character was a positive thing. Damn. Nope. That right there. Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon? Hey, that there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles. Wow, it does smell like noodles. All my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back from me, sonny boy, I'm begging you. Bowl. Decorated with the mascot. There's a mascot? Hang on, wait a minute. Oh yeah, there sure is, huh? Ah! I love these little personal touches. Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it, the paint flaked off. He must have painted it on by hand with warm professional care. After buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold professional thrift. Ah! Distressed emoji. Oh, it's there too! It's the Eldoon's Noodles mascot. Mr. Salty. He's so cute. Not a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it, it looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts. Can I help it if I like red? Damn. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't look at these. Ew. The bottom is covered with paint. Huh? What's this weird shape here? Looks like a leak was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. So the outline was left when the leaf was removed. I got paint on my hand! Apollo, I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape. Wow, very rude. Ew! The spot here is black. Wonder what that is. Doesn't look like paint. Ew! Ew! No! That's the place, right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and purty with that blue tarp there. So you use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night. I see. So he really does just slurp on his hair, huh? That's not good. No. You see? What? Did you figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what they were looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet. So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy. Not bad at all. Wee-woo? I'd understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Sorry, miss. No going into the clinic today. Did something happen? Huh? Oh, no, nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? Apparently we do. We need a little more info on this Maractus clinic. We could ask Mr. Eldoon. He is their neighbor and all. And we should check out that garage. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there? 3 shots for the price of 1. Looks like they have a special offer going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. Oh, now's our chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. Maractus. Like the Pokemon. That doorway sure is sparkly. The Maractus clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. They must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hmm. Could I interest you in some slippers? Yeah. Nope. You can tell my bowls by the Mr. Salty logo. The mascot of Eldoon's Noodles. They come to the stand, they sit, they drink deep from that bowl. And when they see the bottom, their face looks just like Mr. Salty's. Genius, no? Very high concept. You can't ply a trade if you don't love the tools. Remember that. Yes, sir. Druzy has a thing for professionals, clearly. Don't phrase it like that, Apollo. Oh boy. She's very, very positive, very optimistic, that one. Okay, we'll talk to him and then I'm gonna have to call it. My poor voice can't take it. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was it? Aye, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of salt, Salt runs in the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen. Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details you could give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always. Crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty, sir. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon. Guess he's not aiming for that late night market. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside. Yeah, of course he does. When did you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. Do that many people eat noodles for breakfast? I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being. They took everything? All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least they left one bowl. Look there on the ground. If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets, peddling that bowl, my last bowl. Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. That's it! That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to. It's a crying shame, that is. If they have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties. I'm not gonna ask any questions. You know what? The garage, right. You don't think the thief lives here, do you? Feh! I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front. Feh, probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet. If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning, that police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me. The neighbor! Feh! Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him. Feh! The wrong crowd. Never you mind about that. Okay, I guess it's nothing. Into the garage again. Nope, nothing. Okie dokie. And on that unceremonious note, we will end for today. Oh. Next time. Next time. We haven't even met our regular prosecutor. Tell you what. I'll go to the music library place. I switched the screen because I don't want to give nothing away by accident. Wait, hang on. We have this. Yes, good. We did that. I just noticed that on the left there's an ace of spades. But okay. I guess that's fine. I have no idea, Detective. I've only played the first one. Wait for it. Wait for it. Mmm. Good shit. Hmm. It's real good. I've mentioned before that it's that little tune whenever mentally I think of like noir music, I need like a little track or something in my head to go with whatever bit I'm doing. It's always delicious. Anywho, this was fun. I'm gonna need to do some maybe I need to do some Chords of Steel vocal workouts. Who's to say? This is gonna be a fun challenge for me and my poor voice. But I'm looking forward to it. I am very pleased. I'm pleased because I remember some of the threads, but I do not remember how they weave together. Good shit. But yeah.
Blah, blah.
Oh. Looky. Another friend has joined. Another friend has joined us on the stage. Another friend I don't recognize. Look at them. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Let me show you what they have. They have orchestral arrangements, Ace Attorney, Dual Destiny, Spirit of Justice. We have some trilogy exclusive ones. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, I can't. We'll be here all night. Well, we were kind of already here all night. You know what I mean. End stream. Say goodbye. Yes. Thank you all. We'll be back next week with more. Ooh, fine. A very good time zone to you all. And, APallas Justice will return next week. Goodbye. Maybe a little crime. Be gay, do crimes. But, you didn't hear that from me. Bye.